Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show. So, without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome, everyone, to the, what day is it? It's the Thursday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be doing some more Insignia Dev. I'm obviously, I don't have the green screen on today, mostly because it's just hot and I want the fan on and I don't want the green screen waving in the wind. So this is what we get. So you get to see a little bit of my room. You get to see my shoes and my violin case, which I haven't taken the violin out of in about 15 years. So, welcome everyone. Naked. No, you've still got the underwear on down here, you know? Welcome. Today we're working on combat. We've actually got team meetings in about 25 minutes, which will be fun. The midweek meetings. So that will mostly just come down to us doing bits and pieces relating to seeing what the team is working on, giving feedback and that kind of thing. It's going to be about an hour and a half or 2 hours of today's stream. But the others is going to be based on some refactors that I'm doing that I'm feeling okay about. I'm sort of in a bit of a sticky situation that I'll update you on in a little bit. So I want to welcome everybody who's here in chat so far. Lots of purple names. Pixels, Murphy, and Eyes. Magnus is here on YouTube. I'm sure we've got some people lurking. Welcome. Okay, shall we jump into it? Big thanks, as always, to Unknown for the most recent follow and Crowtish for the most recent subscription. Thank you so much. So, I'm in this like kind of limbo zone at the moment. I'm trying desperately to move forward with content for chapter 2, and I'm sort of stuck on a very like specific enemy thing. It might be nice actually to crop this a little bit better, because it's a lot of my screen to go all the way up there. Let's see what we can do. DSLR, like that. Portrait component, which is this. I don't think I can make that much smaller unless I do some sort of a filter on it. Oh, I can crop it like that. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. Sweet. And then maybe I'll just move over a little bit and then do that. And then this goes, I guess. Where is the bit where it, there it is. Okay, so we want to take this and move it like over here or something like that. Or, yeah, like that. And then maybe that will go nicer, but then we want to bring it down. All the way. So now it looks like this, which is, that's better. We'll live with that. Okay, I might have to move my camera over though. There we go. New camera angle. Not quite, sort of. All right, so yeah, a bit of a predicament that's really got me really got me kind of twisted at the moment. I've got it twisted. There's just like this long spanning problem that will affect all of the enemies downstream from today if I don't solve this. It's a layer of complexity that I want to add to enemy behavior states that allows them to have a more persistent understanding of their stun. So basically, like, if they get hit and they go into a hurt state, when they come out of that hurt state, do they know what they are supposed to be doing? And it's kind of on the way to having much more gradation in hurt states. So, how can you have it so that an enemy reacts differently depending on how much offense you've been doing? And some way for them to sort of like even guard attacks. I mostly feel okay with how this is going, but I was kind of in the middle of just refactoring the generic character stun script that I've got at the moment, which is for all enemies, and I think it looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with it, but this just sort of, the way this is structured is very rigid, and I don't think I want to inherit from it. I think I want to do something more modular. It's just that it is a nested state machine thing. It's just that where do you nest it is the question. Who's responsible for what? So basically the way that it works right now is, you have your, say, neutral normal states. You're just like fighting against the player. And then normally there's this subtree called stun, which has flinch, juggle, knockdown, get up, and die inside of it. So usually you have something that looks like this. Now I want an enemy that has this response is actually like one of its own tree, basically. I want to put a bunch of stuff here, or let's call it just on guard. Okay, and they got like brace and reflex and whatever, crumple or something. Okay, so these are like defensive states that will essentially, the goal is like, you would maybe flinch would normally be here, right? And so these would be representative of like worse and worse things that it could get hit as. Worse and worse ways that it responds to damage. The more damage it's taken, it sort of crumples down and gets a bit less, it sort of gets worn down over the combat. That might be a way that we'd want to do this. And in this context, flinch is something that is like a part of a continuum of defensive states. Well, right now it's like, the way that the game works is I've got like, say, engage for an enemy, and I'll have like patrol, and then I'll have stun. And the way that it currently works is everything that's here is unto itself, right? This subtree, and this is the thing about, it's the difference between trees and graphs to some extent. So like a tree, as long as you're inside of the root structure, you can walk up and down and move around within a branch subtree, and it's no problem. But if you're trying to get from one sub branch to another, something all the way down here that needs to climb up, over, it gets a lot harder to control behavior. So what I'm looking to do is something more of like a flowchart. Like I have these ideas of like, you might have different things that happen at different points, and that flow chart diagram thing, to some extent, I might want to insert it here instead of this, but I might not. And where you insert it gives you more or less control. So that's where we're up to at the moment. To be clear, all of these things wouldn't change. It already is a behavior tree, yeah. Well, it's a I call them like state trees. Finite state machine trees is kind of how I would describe them. Behavior tree can be something different. What I'm not doing is like the mechatronics thing of signals and weights. I'm not doing that. It's not about weights. It is finite states, but it's more about selection that looks at a few global variables that says, okay, what's happening now? What's happening now? What should I go to now? And that's not continuously. That's just being resolved at specific branches based on, during transitions. So the point here is, let's say, so most enemies right now, there's this problem of once you get an enemy into its stun tree, you can just juggle that enemy forever. And it makes combat too easy. If the player can find a way to put the enemy in their stun tree, you can just sort of navigate through that tree quite easily. So let me describe what I'm talking about here. Okay. I know that if I fight this enemy and I can get him into the air, right? So maybe that's rolling here. Once I get him into the air, I can do whatever I want. Right? There's no thing he can do to get out of that, because he's not in control of his like brain is not in control, right? Because the tree, this is his brain here. This determines, hey, I'm going to run at you. I'm going to attack at you. I'm going to do all of this and that. But the enemy is in this tree, and this tree is like just ragdolling around. So I guess the philosophical thing we're trying to do here is in the flow diagram of the fight, right? Like when people talk about fighting games, they often talk about like flowcharts. Like, what do you do against this character at this distance? What happens if the character does this? What happens if your meter is this? And what's really important is this idea of what's called a reset to neutral, right? This might be neutral. And the idea of a reset is like, okay, you won, you beat me in this exchange, you punished me, and now we're going to reset and go again. And in a fighting game, you want 2 or 3 of those, at least 3 per round. And a round is best out of 3. A match is best out of 3 rounds. So it's something like a good fight in a fighting game is decided by maybe 10 exchanges. With enemies in a single player action adventure, you probably only want 1 or 2 exchanges, maybe 3 for a really powerful enemy, but 2 should be enough for a basic enemy. So in this way, fighting this guy, it's like, okay, he got me there. Okay, I got him in the air. That's fine. The fact that I was able to like pull off a cool combo, that's not a big deal. And if I wanted to try that again, maybe we can. Okay, we got hit. You can see something happening here where like, as long as I launch the enemy, I can do what I want after that. That's the problem, right? There's no like play beyond it. The tree looks like this, right? As soon as you have launch, this branch of the tree is just all the player doing whatever they want. And then down here it resets when like every single option that the player could use has been exhausted in punishing the enemy. This is okay for very basic enemies, but you need a way for the enemy to get out of here. And one way of doing that is by making it so that the launch can't happen until a lot later. So you can add states above the launch. Like maybe it has more. Well, the proposal that I'm making is the question of, well, maybe it can have more things, more states of stagger, more defensive states before it's allowed to get launched into the air. So in a game like Sekiro, because that game is so parry focused, the way that they do it is you can strike an enemy. Sorry, pals. Especially later in Sekiro, like fighting big bosses and stuff. Or even... I want someone who's played the game before. Why make it a tree? Why not a graph? Well, because it is, I mean, it sort of necessarily is a tree. Even if it is a graph, it's still a tree. Like, things advance towards a direction in the natural course of combat. That's just how it goes. I'm trying to find like a point where he's just okay, here we go. This will be a good one. So like this, right? Player is doing stuff here and they're allowed to push buttons, but pushing the buttons doesn't hurt the health bar yet. Right? Like the health bar is not going down because there's like a separate bar that the player has to break through first. And that bar there's interplay happening here. So like the enemy has different options in how it reacts to the player hitting them in this context. You know, we have like, there's like a deflect, there's a kick, there's a bunch of like different, you know, when we clash, what's my response? When the enemy like pulls the sword back, that might mean one thing. When they kick their knee up, that might be something else. So the next thing that the player has to do, you know, maybe the player should block a different way, or maybe there's different timings. So there's much more back and forth in this context because the enemy has a lot of, I don't know what you call it, state overhead that lives above the flow chart where the player gets to do whatever they want. Right? In this flowchart, the player getting to do whatever they want is pretty late. It's like right at the end, really. You know, you got to break this whole bar, which requires like many, you know, successful attacks and parries, and then you get to do your cool combo. Well, because first of all, this is not purely a math problem. It's not, or like a logistics problem. This is a gameplay problem, and gameplay has player dynamics involved. So like, you can't just reset, for example, if the enemy is like, I don't know, in the air, you can't just teleport them to the ground in a neutral position, right? There has to be a natural flow of A to B to C. And so that's what I mean by, like, once an enemy is in the air, there's like a drain, you know, like a chain of things that has to happen before they can reset, which is they have to get tumbled, knocked down, get up. They have to do all those three things. Once you're in the air, you have to tumble, you have to knock down, you have to get up. So you could have an interrupt. You could have some sort of like aerial burst that pulses out and then they can land safely and continue fighting. But that's an example of something we have to be able to afford to do in this setup. So whether we think about it like an undirected graph or a tree, it doesn't really matter. The point is that like the states are progressive. It's not just a question of like, what if I could just go from here to here? It's like, well, maybe in effect, but nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. This is not the point. The data structure of what the enemy behavior is and the effective flowchart of the battle are only tangentially related. They're not actually, you don't encode a fight in a data structure. You encode the behavior, and the behavior resolves to a flowchart because the player also is involved. So anyway, like if it was a JRPG, maybe we could do this. If it was like turn-based or something, we could codify it a little stronger. But anyway, let's just sort of work with what we've got here. So we have about 5 minutes actually before we do team meetings, so I should probably park this. But my thinking is that once we get to the flinch point, I think this is important. And flinch, if this has got depth in it, maybe this on guard, maybe this flinch and this flinch can be the same. Or maybe on guard replaces flinch in this context, so that once we stun, we enter on guard at flinch here. And then that kind of teleports us into a subtree that we have a bit more control over. So I say, hey, at this point here, that goes to here. And now we're in the defensive tree. As long as I can do that and define which point in the tree I'm in, I think it's okay. And I guess I have to determine whether on guard knows whether it needs to be fed a parameter based on what's been happening, or whether it can resolve the state on its own. Resolving the state on its own would be nice, for sure. But that's going to be based on context, like what just happened to us. So this would need to probably store the stun. Could store last hit, maybe? Or just pass on. The props. Ah, okay. That works. So what it means is, right now, stun, what it does is it takes on, it listens to when we get hit. So it adds listener, take damage. Take damage goes to process impact state. But this gets overridden by character stun. So any character that has a stun has its process impact state. And then this will select state with the collision info, which collision info is basically the same as stun properties. It's the same thing. So collision info, if we pass that, the problem right now is that this tree is quite deep. It's already presupposing a lot of information about what's going to happen. But that's okay. I mean, that's not too bad. We could pass the collision info into this as well. Select state. And then here, this is where we're going to say flinch. So, okay, even deeper. Select, oh no, here we are, select state. So it would be right here. So as long as we pass the collision info into this function, we could pass it into this function. We could even say if flinch satisfies some interface or is a child of some class, let's give it all the context it needs to do its job. I think that's okay. Otherwise, we could take this info, this collision info, and say like last impact or something like that, and store that. And then that way, the on guard class can probably just resolve what it should be doing anyway. There's also a question of, like right now, because it's a tree, the active state of the tree, like the active branch of states that are currently enabled, I can have this set up like character. I can have its actual state set to on guard, or I could have its state be like stun, which has on guard as its child. At runtime, those can be two different things: on guard on its own, or stun with on guard as a child. I think I would prefer to do it on guard on its own, So it's tough. This passing back and forth is really annoying. But that's what needs to happen. The job of this thing is to broker what needs to happen over the course of combat with this enemy. There's one other question, which is like, okay, but what if if we have the like knockdown or tumble, can the enemy also inject its own behavior into those? At that point, yeah, at that point, we're kind of getting pretty deep here. That means that like we need to do a thing that inherits from tumble. That's counting how many times it's getting hit. Maybe the answer there is to have more of a blackboard situation where the parent object stores a bunch of data about like what's been happening, what should happen next, or they get to decide what happens next, but this determines what's been happening. I think that's fair. Okay, so we have a meeting right now with the animation team. I'm gonna just check in on them, see where they're at. What's the release date? I don't have a release date set. Okay, so I guess I'll just wait for them to respond. So in the meantime, yeah, I think this blackboard scenario is probably the most important thing now. So maybe as part of, I guess the issue right now is that stun is quite a deep preset kind of tree that I use for a lot of enemies, and so its responsibilities are a little bit overloaded. Yeah. Thank you so much, Train Hardened. So if it was up to me, what would I do? I guess it would be nice to look at these states and just see how many of them could be put inside of the states themselves rather than in this class. So like should tumble. Could I put all of this inside of the tumble state? Like, could the tumble state understand these things? then I could just remove this and ask it up here, like should tumble. If this is just doing state selection, that's fine. I could replace that, no problem. It's more just like this stuff here, which is a little more complicated. I mean, typically the answer is yes. The answer is usually yes. So like, usually I can say public void should enter, not void bool. Oh my gosh. And then these just need to be exposed to me somehow. So here, this is this. We don't need this null check anymore. We could say yeah, so we need, like, in this case, well, this isn't important either. Just go back for a sec. Did I keep that stuff around? Yeah, okay. So that's not important either because you can only tumble if you can tumble. So now it's just a question of, I need to know if we were hit upwards and if we were poise broken. And then this can just go. Dude, it's so complicated or complex. It's so deep. Not ready to share at the moment. Similar spot. Yep. Up the whip file updated in the repo under development. Okay. So, I mean, this is pretty straightforward. But now we can go character stun, should tumble. Now becomes if tumble dot should enter, or just return tumble dot should enter. And then we pass in hit upward and poise broken. And we could probably do a better job of this if we take these two, move them up here, and then do that, and then get rid of all this. So, hey Cody on YouTube, you've been inspiring me for a while now to get into pixel art and making that cliche dream of my own gamer reality thing. Oh, you're welcome. Good luck. So, I mean, like, we didn't really get too far here. I guess I could pass these up. I think I'd want to pass the props in instead. And the props are stun props. Yeah. So now I don't need... Well, what is props? Props is A. Stun props. Shoot enter. Stun props. Props. What's wrong with this? Stun robs. What is a stun robs? I think it's just hasn't caught up to us. Because that's correct. So now we don't need these anymore. And then I just need to make sure that this fixed position thing is getting asked earlier up. So it's kind of more like if it's not fixed pos and tumble is not null and tumble.should enter. Now I just get rid of this altogether. Okay. Well, that's better. Then there's this setup tumble. So the question is, can this be handled within the tumble state? So if this can be, then it doesn't need to live here. So it's already got a thing called setup. Which, who knows when this gets called? It doesn't get called ever? Really? What the hell? Hey, Sophomaya. So, oh, it gets set with these properties, and these properties are created here. Uh-huh. So, these are tumble properties, which who knows if we need those. Knockback and juggle. Knockback is how much knockback we want. Juggle is whether or not we're juggling. And again, this question of like, are we stale? This should come from the parent. I think tumble properties is a bad idea here. I don't think this works. What's the logic here? So stale comes from all the way, and this is another like code smell. You know something's wrong if you have to pass a variable all the way through a chain of like a bunch of daisy chained function calls. You know that probably should be some kind of blackboarded global variable. So here, all the way up in select state, we have this thing here, which says, hey, am I already in a combo? So character stun could have a thing called is in combo. Or maybe this is supposed to be if the last hit we just did was part of a combo. I think so. So there's a context here of, and I need to, there's a this is valuable. The context is something like, what was the last hit we just got hit by? And what is some information about how that relates to me, the thing that got hit? Because if I got hit by something I've already been hit by, now that should stale in the combo. I've got this system where it's kind of like Smash Brothers, where the more you use the same attack, the less effective it gets. So in this context, this would be something that lives on the I mean, it is incidental. That's the thing. It is part of this function call. It shouldn't really be stored anywhere because we could get false positives later. So kind of annoying, isn't it? Well, let's have a look. What else are we kind of processing in this context? Where do these props come from? Stun props. Wait, stun props happens as part of stun? So maybe stun props can have... This is quite old. This whole properties thing, this idea of props, is something that I don't use it very much. Remaining poise, knockback, force juggle, collision info. It's not bad for this context actually. I might keep it around, but I think I need to do some smarter stuff here. So combo. I think this needs to be part of the stun properties. And I think character stun, this register combo hit, also needs to live inside of the base stun. Which means the combo registry and its properties need to also move to the regular stun. Oh, I see. Oh, that's quite annoying. All right. So this is part of take damage, which means we need to do the combo registry here. And then inside of the new stun props, this info is a collision info. We also need to do bool is part of hit found in combo. So we already are going to have the info. So we don't need this. We don't need that. We don't need this. Yes, we do. Why is should stun? Poise broken or already stunned, and we're not dying. I mean, I guess everything else is inside of that, so let's just leave that there too. What? What? Stop it. Okay, so now we here we don't need this anymore, and we don't need this, and we don't need this, and instead we should say props.stalehit, and we make this public. And then this now can just figure itself out already. But I think we want to pass the props into this as well. I mean, we don't even need it here. We could say props.stalehit there. We could do that too. So now we're getting better, we're getting closer. So when we select a state, there's just less information here that we need to process, which is good. More generic is better. And when we process impact state, much less stuff that we need to worry about, which is even better. We don't need to, there's not really much happening here that's crucial that every enemy needs to be able to do. It's just about selecting the state. We're not pulling info out of states to do here, we're doing it just there. This is not great. I mean, I guess that's fine. Okay. I still don't like set up tumble inside of character stun. I just feel like that's bad. I think when we set tumble, we should also set, I mean, all of this actually, all of this could be processed inside of tumble properties if we just pass the stun properties as a parameter. And in fact, it doesn't really even need a tumble properties at that point. It just needs the stun properties that it already had on the way here. Which means all of this can go here, this, now, tumble has a stun properties. You can pretty much remove this. And then you could do this. And then you can do this. And you can do this. And then you could do this. This should juggle is that. And then we set this to should juggle. And we're setting this to juggle. Hey. Hey, Bindi. All right. So now also props and props. I mean, that's probably fine. Put that up here if we want. Stale is null. State is null. So reset that. Okay. Knockback equals props.knockback. We don't even need this anymore. We just say props dot. So upward condition is that. Okay, I think we just solved that, which means setup tumble can just go. We just literally say set tumble props. I don't know what that true is, but we're going to find out. True is stale or override. Yeah, that's fine. See, like this is way cleaner than having this whole like, should I be in a different state? That should be owned by the state. It is by the state, right? Not by this parent class, or like not even parent class, just other class. So I bet you I've got something called like knockdown props. Looks like I don't. It's just a behavior state. Okay. So this should be in knockdown, can be owned by the knockdown. Public bool should enter. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Okay. So this is harder because we need to have, we don't know what tumble is. So that needs to be passed into us. Go back. Okay. So is tumbling, is knockdown is interesting. I could check to see if I'm the active state. Which is not a guarantee. It's not great. Hit upward. So now these require properties. But once we do that, then it's pretty straightforward. And then we can just get rid of all this. And then we can take this. We could even put this here if we want. Take this away. Take this away. Put this here. A little bit messy, but it does save us from having a function. And then this, I don't even know about this. But maybe this can go here. Because it's not about knockdown. And then this. I mean, this can go here. Because this is all meta information. It hasn't really got much else to do with being knocked down. I don't like this skip if we're already there. That seems dumb. Because why would we skip? What is skip knockdown? It should just do the get up, right? Yeah, this is a terrible script. So then what is this skip knockdown nonsense? Why do I need this? Has been knocked down. I just think this is silly. The state machine knows what it's doing with this stuff. So I'm going to get rid of this. Oh, I know what this is for. I know what this is for. No, this is because I don't have a separate get up state. Ah, I'm doing state. I'm doing some other stuff. Okay. Well. What is this setup knockdown? I see. Very annoying. But then yeah. Ah, lame. Lame. I hate it. Okay. Well, this was somewhat of a refactor. Definitely better. It's really not that long of a script at this point. Hey, 10x. I just hate this. I hate this chain of functions here from process impact state goes to select state goes to picking a state. I just don't like that at all. And I get it. Maybe this should just be called process impact. But then, like, why? What's happening here? Why is this a function that selects a state here? When is this getting called? Stun processes impact. This processes impact. I guess what we're really doing is we're saying, do all this stuff that you need to do to process the impact, and then select a state. But what does processing impact even mean? This is really just like a bunch of preliminary stuff before this, which is the meat of it. It's awkward, but I think it's just what it has to be. I don't think there is a way out of it. Dude, it's so hot. It's so hot right now. It's muggy too. It's not like just hot. If it was just hot, I'd be fine. But it's like raining hot. So I was just like, I feel so tired, so lethargic. We got music review. We got sound effects review at right now. Oops. General. How goes it? Did you want to catch up? Oops. Okay. I do have aircon, but I got my electricity bill yesterday and I like almost choked. Like, it was so expensive. I'm like, I shouldn't be using that. We've gotten into the habit of just like having it on basically the whole day. And I just wasn't prepared. So fan it is. I do feel really tired though. It's not good. Not good for my oxygen levels. Blood oxygen. Okay. So let's have a look. What else? We're still sort of stuck in this little logical trap that I put myself in about what to do with state transitions. I think I could just go for it. I think it's okay to just implement something here, and if it doesn't give us the behavior we want, then it's fine. I think I'm just a bit traumatized from prototyping enemies and then getting confused and not keeping what I've done. And let's just see if the things I just did actually break anything or if they still work correctly. So you go up, you go up, you go that way, that way. That seemed okay. Seems okay. I don't think we lost much. Can't seem to pick up that apple. That's no good. I noticed there was something going on with pickups. Let's have a look. Did I break something with that? Oh, we did somehow. Object reference not set to instance of object. Sprite? How is that wrong? I don't know. That's a rare one. On start, sprite equals item.sprite. Item should just be, it should just be there. Unless somehow, oh, maybe that was supposed to be money. Yeah, you can play the demo right now. We'll do another one today. We'll update it. Okay. Okay. No worries. Let me know when you're good. Okay. So now that that's all fine, I'm just going to go push that and say refactors characters done ahead of updates. New updates. So one more time from the top. What does it do? It just selects the states, really. Which is fine. All right. So let's make something that we might rename later, but for now, I think I want to make a new script. And maybe we'll call it, this always breaks if I don't do it through the inspector. Okay. New script. This is called On Guard. All right. So I think the way that we'll do this is that this will be the flinch for an enemy that has progressive sort of defensive stuff happening. So this will require it's a behavior state. And that means that it has a character, which means we can ask things about that character. But it should also, we might need a character stun as well. To require that. But nonetheless, for now, it's got a public, I guess, what's the logic here? It's really tough. So I guess it would be something like, let's just talk it out. What does this do? This class has a number. This class stores a tree of hurt animations and responses. So we will have it do what? The first thing it will do is have some kind of oversight into the composure of the character, and then select hurt animation based on composure damage, and then select follow-up states, return, and then that like sort of completes it. So it might be something like, let's just start with like assessing what we should do. So something like public state select state. So first we'll say like life dot composure dot, and composure here, what is, let's see what information we've got here. Composure is a bar, really. It's got a value and it's got a total. So we can do that. We can also do some sort of proportionate thing. So there's get max. Is there a public float anything? No. So let's add one. Public float get normalized value, I guess, and then just return value out of total. We could even just say get normalized. So we want to do maybe some like, maybe we'd have like a list of, well, public override void enter. We would want to say on enter select state. Okay. So every time we okay. So when we enter this thing, we probably want to pass in we could probably just also do this. Just in case we don't necessarily want to set something. All right, so first thing we do is select a state. And that's going to happen because we got hit hard enough to be flinching. Now, I'm already not happy about this because we might already be in this state as a result of getting hit. Yeah, this is where I don't love it. All right, we're going to pivot into a meeting for now. I'll come back to it. One sec, pals. Let's just do it. I don't think this is going to be a big one. Hello. Ooh, I can't hear anything. Sorry, one sec. That might be me. Hello? Hello? Oh, you're so quiet. Yeah, super quiet. I wonder if there's anything you can do on your side.
Is that any better?
No, you're like whisper quiet. Like I can barely hear you.
Oh yeah, you're right. Why is that?
And I've got you maxed as well. We could try it in Google Meet if it's too difficult.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, there we go. Hello. Hey. That's much better.
Hey, how's it going?
It's good. So, you have some stuff to share?
Yeah, I was working on Kerr's combat animations or sounds
Mm-hmm.
for those animations.
Yep. Did you want to share screen or up to you?
Sure thing. I'll share screen 2. So it's right now it's only the Foley. There isn't any voiceover. Not that there will be much for Kerr anyway. Um, yeah. I'll,
It's interesting. Could you talk me through? I'm having a little bit of a hard time kind of interpreting the sound. Could you tell me like what the design sort of angle is?
sure. Yeah, I'm going for like very whippy
Mm-hmm.
sounds. Sort of if I'm imagining like the contrast between Rekka and Kerr in this scene, that sonically Kerr is going to be kind of higher pitched and lighter sounding
Mm.
versus Rekka being a bit more not quite heavy. She's still quite nimble, but like just separating out those spaces.
Mm. Right now, and it might just be Discord, but it's coming through a little kind of metallic. Like I'm not sure if it's intended to have a vocal quality or a more.
There is like it is metallic, kind of this slicing.
Uh-huh. Do um is the intent for that metallic quality to be the knife?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe if I was hearing it directly through the game, I might be able to interpret. Is there like two layers? Is there like the knife and his voice, or is it something in between?
There's the knife and the like I guess the shingi part of the knife and then the like whippy part.
Right. But where he's not vocalizing in those swings.
No.
Okay.
There's no vocals yet.
Okay. Cool. Is that planned or is the? It's not. There's no like judgment either way. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not hearing it wrong. Um, is
Sorry, what was that? I think you
Oh, that's okay.
cut out.
Will there be like is the intent for the knife sounds to accompany a vocal sound, or are we keeping him silent so far? Like, how do you feel about it?
I I don't know yet until I get Rekka's in and see how it feels.
Mm.
I'm thinking probably more silent.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine for now. It's hard for me to have like I don't have a super strong opinion either way. Um, I kind of I think my like initial kind of assumption was something that we would hear something similar to the Hunden in terms of like he's very vocal and growly. I'm not, because we know that Wreck is going to be in this fight, and because there will be a lot of stuff happening in that vocal sort of band. I I mean, we've already kind of agreed that we would keep him a little more silent. So yeah, I think for now, stay on the track you're on, because I think it's probably going to pay off once we have them both going. Um, and yeah, I mean, that sounds good. Like it it sounds very natural in how it accompanies the animations for sure.
Cool, yeah. And I guess another thing that I'll update you
Yeah.
on is that I added a drop down to every behavior state
Oh, okay.
that just allows me to add sounds like when entering, while the state is active,
Is it
on
just a
entering,
list
stuff like that.
of sounds?
It's a struct
Okay.
that,
Is there like a
yeah,
collection
just I
inside of
guess
it?
a little drop down.
Oh, this is specific for states, is it?
Specifically for states, yeah.
Oh, it's like on entry, on exit. I see. Oh, okay. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I just found myself like
You're always doing the same
repeating
thing.
myself a bunch,
Yeah,
and I was like,
that's a good
this
move.
is time to
Yep,
time
very
to
smart.
be smart.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, for sure. That's you have my approval to do that. Sweet.
And yeah, that's where I'm up to this week.
Oh, great progress. You're doing well. Okay. Um, yeah, I mean, I'm happy for you to just keep on keeping on. You've got your task list, so yeah, have a good rest of your week.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Thanks,
See
Elias.
you
Catch ya.
Monday.
See you Monday.
Take care.
Bye. No, you hang up. Cool. All right, that might be my cue for a break. Because I can feel that the next thing I have to do is going to be quite involved. And we've got like 1 hour before music meeting, which is probably going to be a bit longer. So I'm going to say a big thank you to Software Artificer for the most recent sub. Thank you so much. I'm doing okay. How are you? And Ronnie the Zombie, drive-by greeting. Hey, Ronnie. Bye, Ronnie. Meow. Okay, so clear that. Go here. We've created On Guard, and I'm just going to fill this out and see how we go with it. All right, pals. I'll see you in a sec. Yo, yo. Oh, hey, Buck. That's nice. We'll see if you like all of them. All right. So, let's get this thing going. So, my general sentiment here is like, I really feel like I'm approaching this system thinking. So I'm like, hey, let's make, let's do like a logical module. And as a developer, that's great to have clear direction on what you're trying to make. On the other side, as a game dev, I'm like, is this even going to result in the behavior that I want? All we can do is try. So we're just going to see what happens and not be too scared about it. So if this is the flinch state, then it needs to basically be the entry point for any time we would flinch. And the only concern about this is that when we do screen tearing in my game, but I can't tell if it's my monitor or something wrong with the game, VSync is on. If VSync is on, then you shouldn't get tearing. If you get tearing, is it vertical things splitting apart, or is it literally tearing? If it's tearing, then it's a VSync problem. And it might be that VSync isn't... Actually, I think I know what that is. Right now, there's a setting that I think in Unity, the frame rate and VSync can't be set independently. If you have VSync on, the game will run at, I think, whatever frame rate. If you have VSync on, the game will run at the monitor's frame rate. If you have VSync off, it'll run at the determined frame rate. There are issues in the game with tiles splitting apart. Like if you're seeing it like here and here and stuff, that's an art issue, and it's not your computer. It's not even VSync related. It's just a completely separate tile atlasing issue that I created. That I will have to solve one day, but it's not priority. Okay, so yeah, what I'm trying to say here is there is a context here where the question is, what happens? No, windowed full screen is not fixed. I did something, but I didn't do it. Oh, it's Game Maker Studio. Oh, you're talking about for your game. This is from the Mutsuki guy on YouTube. Oh, I have no idea. If it's about your game, I can't say. That's a separate problem. Sorry, I thought you were talking about my game. You did say in your game rather than in Insignia, so I just didn't read correctly. Sorry. Yeah, I have no idea with Game Maker. All right, so yeah, the problem here is when we go into stun, stun is going to set this, which means that we essentially can't use this entire branch because its job is to set itself. And there's no real way to get around that unless on guard is always part of stun, which is not right because it means that stun is going to be something that we're in even when we're not stunned. So it's really, really annoying this. It's quite bad. And the only way around this would be to have a separate system than what a game currently does. Like this is just not going to work this way. Because of this function right here. This function basically prohibits me from doing what I want to do today. Because it says, hey, I'm listening for any time I get hit. And anytime I get hit, if my poise is less than 75% of the max, I set the global state of my character to me. It steals it basically steals the control. Now, there is a way to solve this, and it would be to make sure that no state ever sets its own control, and instead you would do it on something like character. You would say characters have a stun called stun, and maybe some of these would be characters that could, yeah, I mean, you have stun here, so then you could say, instead of having stun assign the life component to itself, you could say something like, oh, thanks, Software Artificer. You could say something like stun, you could say life dot on hurt confirm add listener stun. You know, you could do that. Or like, I think it's actually stun.take damage or something. Right, you could do something like that. But instead, what I want is to have some how do I describe this? I want this to happen all of the time, unless there is all the time, unless there's some alternate thing I want to do, some override. I guess that's how I would describe it. So I would have something like this. This is how I would do it. Public void take damage. I would have this be virtual. And I would say on awake, I would say life dot on hurt confirm dot add listener take damage. Take damage has a collision info. This is on character. Oh, I've already got this. Oh, perfect. And then yeah, if stun. Yeah, why am I not doing this? This feels totally right to me right now. Why is this wrong? I already had the script set up this way. Not sure. Well, if I get rid of this, we've just done it. We've just pulled all of the logic from one place, we put it somewhere else that we can override. I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure why we did that in the first place and whether or not this will still work this way. Let's have a look. That's a lot of knockdowns. And not a lot of taking damage. So this, take damage. Oh, none of this should happen. Absolutely not. Try again. No. Let's recompile, see what happens. Hey, Roman from Czech. I'm going okay. I'm going okay. I'm feeling good. That's bad. Hello. That didn't do anything. Character. Oh, hello. What's this? How did I just get rid of that? Take damage, life on hurt confirm. I think on hurt confirm might not be called because we're not awake yet. Wasn't null. Okay, so let's see what happens. No, none of it's working. I don't think so. Something's wrong about this. Oh, this doesn't need to happen. This doesn't need to happen. This doesn't need to happen. Okay, I'm seeing why this wasn't working. Can we do this? I mean, if you have a basic understanding of code, then you can definitely learn from watching other people. But if you don't know anything, it might be a little complicated. Nice, that's correct. Yeah, that's good. Except almonds doesn't work right now. How about everybody else? That works. Okay. Oh, Java and Python are good for game programming because Java is just like C#. So Unity, you can watch Unity developers, you can learn from them. And Python's a lot like GDScript, which is like Godot. So Unity and Godot developers, you could definitely watch on YouTube and learn. It's like the perfect combination. It's a big change I just made. Any tips? It depends. What's your experience? And what are you hoping to achieve? Yeah. Wow. Wow. I just found something from 2017, which is exactly what I'm making today. Oh no. History repeats itself. It's like a hit counter that checks how many times it's been attacked and then retaliates depending on how many times. Wow. Okay. Well, and it's using the exact same setup. It's like almost exactly how I would have done it in terms of like, oh, go into your normal hurt tree, otherwise go into this hurt tree. Damn, that's really embarrassing. All right, take damage. This is Armin's take damage, and we're all good there. Is this going to be confused? So, I guess she will have a different kind of stun, so this is actually fine. Okay, in that case, I think we're good. I think the game's going to perform just normally at this point. So all the enemies, he should be fine. Oh, Armin's not taking damage. What did I remove there? Armin has a stun. His behavior should have a thing called stun somewhere. Yes. And this is stun behaviors, which includes character stun. Yeah. Okay. That's all totally fine by me. Doesn't confuse me at all. And then character stun, default poise. I see. That's fine. Okay. So then why doesn't he get knocked out when that happens? Character stun, life dot on hurt character, life dot on hurt, take damage, stun, take damage. Yeah, okay. So what's going on here? Hit me. Nothing. Nothing. Oh, because this is character.awake and Armin has Armin.awake, which is separate from character.awake. And when we go base awake on this, it goes to character.awake. Okay. Debug.log. Hang on a second. I'm confused. You know what? I think I know what it is. I think I've got a function on Armin behavior called void take damage. Yeah. This needs to have base.take damage on it. But actually, hang on. We're overriding here. Finish take damage. Yeah, that's not. So base.take damage needs to be there with info. Okay, that'll work. Hit me. Perfect. Cool. Nice. This music is great. I really thought I was dead then. Hey, Caio Brunelli in YouTube. The answer is this. Hot reload. Hot reload will make changes to the game. As long as you don't change anything that's like renaming a function or adding a property in a class, you can just make changes and it'll just update in real time, even while the game's running. That's my secret weapon. It is a paid extension. I think it cost like $35 last time I checked, but it's pretty much mandatory now. I can't not use it. All right. So where does that leave us? So now in this character, we can say start okay, enter, do. I don't know how I feel about this, but it's okay. So do is there, fix do is there, it's right here. Public void override void take damage collision info, and then we can say wait, what? How is that? How could that be? It's virtual. You have to be able to override it. Are we not? Oh, we're a behavior state. Ah. It's here. So we got all this stuff. Oh, this is much cleaner. All right. No green screen today. Yeah, it's too hot, so I've got the fan on me. And if I had the green screen there, I wouldn't be able to feel it. All right, so we're going to say if, and it's going to be something like we've got this on guard. So public. Now, this is really tough. Because on guard feels like it's part of engage. So let's just put it there then. If engage dot on guard dot should enter. Something like that. You okay there, Jim? And then what is this? What is the purpose of this? Combat idle. I will ban you. Spam equals spam. Final warning. Okay, so I mean, this is it's a behavior state, but it's defined as a class inside of engage. Okay, I gotta write a message. Got a little more feedback from me. Where possible, only define behavior states in their own class, as these are intended to extend from mono behavior, and those all expect to be, which if it's an internal class, then define derive from character state and pass it in and declare it as an internal class of whatever enemy it is for. Working on some combat today. So right now, I'm trying to build a bunch of defensive combat states for an enemy. And I'm trying to create a module that can be used for different enemies so that I don't have to redeclare it every single time or recreate it every single time. So the idea here is that, what are we doing here? On guard. The E on the end should enter, and then this has a public bool should enter, and then you would just do that. So it would be something like you would pass a collision info in there, and you would say info here, and you would say, okay, well, we should do this if, I mean, yeah, some condition. We'll just say true all the time. Right now, I'll call that false all the time. You know what? I mean, if this is going to be responsible, we kind of do need to figure out what we're doing here. So it would be something like on guard has some kind of oversight over the composure of the behavior. Select a hurt animation based on composure damage. So if life.composure.normalized is less than is greater than 0.5, let's just say. And I should also check this composure. What is the value of that composure at the start? So composure equals new composure. It has a recovery time, recovery rate. And on start, the value is 0. And when we take poise damage, it goes up. So I think long term, I'm having some real struggle design wise as to whether or not the bar should be like this. Should it be that you have 2 health bars, right? One is like a little yellow one is like a red one. This isn't a health bar, but it's a bar nonetheless. Should it be that this starts at nothing and then builds up and bursts? You also have an item here. The item you get when you fill the bar right now. So the item will pop when the bar goes from nothing to full. I like that a lot. What I don't like is the idea that this health bar goes down and this one goes up. That's weird. So there are precedents for both. Like in Final Fantasy 13, you have a stagger gauge that goes up, and then the enemy bursts, and then you can do whatever you want for 10 seconds or something. And then there are other games where something like this would be like poise, and poise goes down. So in my eyes, being able to do this and seeing that, oh, this enemy is going to die soon, that makes more sense to me than like this is down here and this is up here. It's like, oh, that enemy's going to die soon. It just feels a bit weird if they go opposite. I don't know. Sorry, one sec. Just responding to a text. So I'm really caught between these two. The second bar is what I call composure. So it's the enemy. The enemy will take, depending on the enemy, they'll respond differently depending on how full the bar is. But it could mean they take extra damage. It could mean that they take extra stun, like they get hurt more easily. So you can stun lock them when you have filled the bar or things like that. It's like advantage. In something like Dark Souls, this bar, if it goes to 0, like if it maxes out or in whichever direction, I don't know, the opposite of wherever it starts, then they like, the enemy will like and get on their knees, and then you can do the visceral attack. No, I'm not doing a circle. Absolutely not. It's definitely a rectangle. It's just whether or not it feels from 0 going up or from 1 going down. That's all we're really looking at. But I'm not going to design anything right now. It's just that like at the moment, the values in the script are designed to go the opposite direction. So I think like, I don't know what I want to call it. If you call it armor, then it starts full and goes down. If you call it over like pressure, it starts at 0 and goes up. You know, in Sekiro, it starts at 0 and goes up. I don't know. But right now, yeah, it's C#. But right now, this is called composure. So composure shouldn't go up when you take damage, right? That just doesn't make any sense logically. So I'm going to make a lot of mistakes if I keep this name this way. Instead, I should call it like pressure. And that just fixes that, I suppose. So now I understand. Like, oh yeah, the pressure is above 50%, you know? So if pressure.get normalized is greater than 0.5, then if it's less than 0.5, so if we're quite unpressured, then return true. So it could be something like low pressure, and this is dumb, don't need this anymore. Yeah, the FF7 remastered games do that as well, do it? It goes up, doesn't it? What's it called in that game? You fill it up, don't you? It's called stagger. Oh, but pressured is when you're in a special state where it goes up faster. It's called, yeah, pressured. Yeah. It's a stagger bar that you fill up, and pressured is when you're in, it's in like a vulnerable state. When you do like the focus, like the X lunge, they go and it goes glowing orange, and then you do more pressure damage. Okay. What's that called? Focus thrust? Something like that. So if we're at low pressure, and if info dot collision dot poise, What is this? Normalized poise. No, that's not what I want. Poise equals. That's not really what I want either. Poise should stun. Poise after damage. And where does this come from? Info.poise is poise after damage. So poise after damage is less than, and then this number is life.poise. Okay. Times 7.5. So why can't collision info have its own thing that calculates that? We're gonna figure this out. So should stun. Would this be props.poise? I'm gonna find a better way to describe this. Do I use normalized poise like ever? No, I just set it. So we're going to get rid of this. Or we're going to reappropriate what it means. So normalized poised equals quality life dot poise minus poise. And this poise is poise damage. And this is remaining poise normalized. So it's the max minus the amount we took out of the max. Yes. And this should be like 1. If the poise wait a second. Collide poise is Collide life plus poise damage here is that. Okay. So like if poise damage is less than or equals 0, remaining poise is 1. Okay, that works. So I think that's the best name we can do for this right now. So stun, this should stun. We should pass in the collision info. into this, not just the poise damage. This is bad. I'm going to change this everywhere. Yes, that's what I want. This is going to break a ton of stuff. Okay, and then we'll see a bunch of errors. And that should compile. So, we've got a music meeting in a bit. Cool. And then that's it, I think. I think we're good. Let's see. Still behaves the same, hopefully. I think so. A little bit of strange behavior. Wait a second. It's the wrong way. This is stun. Should stun. It's inverted. Wait, what is remaining poise normalized? Debug. Debug, please. That can't be right. Life 5. Wait, am I making this just like way too complicated? Should it just be like poise damage out of life.poise? I think that's just what it is. I think I'm just way overcomplicating it. Like, he took 5 damage. 5 out of 30 is the number we want. Yeah, that's right. I did 1 minus. That didn't seem right though. How much poise does that have? Oh, okay. I did something up here though, where I took the reflex mod and I made the vulnerability of the Collide go up. So the poise damage should also multiply. Mm. Let's see what happens. That's not right. Hey, the Lost Body. They're very different, right? I'm not sure I'm familiar with that turn of phrase, though. Made fire up. Never heard that before. Oh, made you fire up. Oh, yeah, they're very different. Okay, so remaining poise got bigger when we did this. How can this number needs to be damage. It's not that. It's this minus that. It's 1 minus this number. It has to be. Yeah. That's not right either. Because now the number is negative 0.13. I don't think that's right. I'm so confused. Poise is 0. Poise becomes that. Poise damage is just that. Right, so this is the amount of damage that you took as poise. Your remaining poise should be... Oh. Hey, Helios, welcome. I see. This poise damage is remaining poise because it's taking the start and it's subtracting that. So the number, let's say it's like I got 500 poise and then I subtract from that the collider poise. That doesn't make much sense at all. Yeah. The opposite of the instigator collider. That's like employee, employer, collider. Is there a storyline? There is a storyline. Yeah. You can play the demo right now if you like. The story is actually a huge part of it. I'm just testing combat today. Ready? Disrupting. Okay, great. See you there in 5. Okay. So I think this number can't be life.poise. It needs to be collide poise. So first of all, I think that's what we needed. I think that's all it is. I'm not sure. We'll see. That can't be right either. I think maybe we just gotta log everything and see what happens. Back on stun. Remaining poise. Let's go like poise values. I think we want to see like we want to see info dot collide pops dot poise. What do I want here? Okay, I definitely want to log poise damage. And then I want to do that as well. Let's try that. So that's 35 out of 30. But if I went plus info.collide props.poise and I add these two together, we might get something different. That's 10 out of 40. Very different. How do we get 5 out of 30 and then 35 out of 60? I'm aware of Chasm. Yeah, I remember when Chasm was coming. I started working on this game a little bit before that game came out. Poise damage is 35. How does that work? Yeah, this isn't right. This is like the damage is not this value. The damage is just Collider Poise. That's just how much you took. But it's decreased by the amount that you have. So the amount coming in, the amount of poise damage this does is just the amount of, it's the other way around. It's this minus this. Now, hang on a second. The amount of damage coming in minus the amount that you have to defend it with. That doesn't seem right either. What the hell's wrong with me? I guess it's the total you have. Collider life dot poise minus. What the hell is my brain doing? I can't think straight today. The amount of damage that I took is how much this did to me. But I want to offset this. Maybe I don't want to offset this. Yeah, it's the delta between the two. What the heck? So it's that minus. Ooh, that actually could be. Let's leave it off for now. Okay, so this value is that. And then on this, we've got poise damage. And then we're subtracting this from that. Okay. So -5 is nothing. We did nothing, but that can't be right. Because this says, hey, if the remaining poise after the normalization is 0.75, so then we say, hey, take your amount and subtract poise damage from it, and then divide that by that, and that's your normalized damage. Okay, let's have a look. I think that's right. But I'm not sure. Okay, that can't be right. Dude, what's wrong with me today? I'm really struggling with this calculation. I think it's just Thursday afternoon and my brain's not working. The thing is, it's never, this is the normalized thing. If I just take the value, do I need this anywhere else? Oh, I need it in a bunch of places. Oof. Let's go back to collision info and just turn it off. right. It just doesn't matter. Collider minus Collider used to be, if I just discard it, this is the amount I have minus the amount that was taken. So this is now, this was called poise damage, but it should be called remaining poise. And then this should be called remaining poise normalized. Let's try that. We'll see. Let's move on from that. Let's do our music meeting. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Not too bad.
It's good. 1 second. Just gotta turn my music off so I can hear yours. How have you been?
All right. Yeah, I still have this chesty thing. I don't know. I'm feeling a lot better as the week's gone on, but yeah, just this lingering, like, I don't know, when you have like mucus kind of in your lungs and you coughing up your I don't know what
It gets
what
all
is.
like caught up when you're trying to talk and makes it a bit weird.
Yeah.
I got you.
But other than that, I've been all right. Yeah.
Cool. And I suppose we've got some music to look at.
Yes. So I dropped into the Figma an arrangement of the Shepperton Town track for the town square sort of a vibe. I spent all this time like orchestrating, like fleshing it out, and then I just before this I was dropping it into the Fmod and like doing the crossfade between the two versions with parameter.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, they sound so similar. I'm like not sure if it's different enough at the moment, but
okay. Well,
yeah, anyway.
That's why we have meetings.
Let me know what you think.
It's all right.
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm clicking this one?
Yeah, this one.
Okay. Let's have a listen. Wow, really nice. I was right up until I guess like this part here. Let's have a listen. There was a moment at the start where I was thinking like maybe the tempo's a little fast, and then by the time we got to I think here, there was a section with some woodwinds that I quite liked. Yeah, this part here.
Yeah, right.
Which I like the reedy kind of bit. And then from there, I think I like the way that it kind of, because I would say at the beginning I was thinking it was maybe a little too chaotic, maybe it needs to be a little bit more thematic. But by the time we get to this little section here where it comes down a little bit and the major parts come out, I feel like from there I was pretty much sold. So yeah, I like the way it's developing. I think it could probably be a little bit more. It feels like the ideas could be a little bit more consolidated. Maybe it's a terrible way to give feedback,
Yeah.
but something like that in this sort of section here. Like the identity feels like we're sort of
Mm.
bouncing around a little bit. Maybe it needs an intro or something that just gives it a bit more
Yes.
structure.
Okay.
I might listen to it. Maybe not in this call, but I'd like to listen to it a bit more. And maybe I'll give some more like text-based feedback. But I really
All right.
like the actual theme. Like the motif is so nice. I'm
Thanks.
almost like, have I heard that somewhere? Like it feels really familiar, but it's very nice.
Well, I think it was the first. Was it the first one that I did? No. Yeah, it is. It's like the same as that one, but a slowed down version.
Yeah. Yeah. It works really well.
I'm glad.
Yeah, I'm listening to it again now. Yeah, it's great. And I love that last big lift with the ensemble. The da 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 da. That's great. Cool. Okay. Well, maybe from here, like if it's not already in, maybe we could try turning this into an Fmod event for inside of the game. Is that what you were saying is already the case?
Well, yeah. So I just pushed. I just put it in the same. It's in the Shepperton Town Fmod event, but now there's a parameter. So if it's set at 0, it'll have this version up above the sort of alleyways version, I guess, and then at 1 it has the town square version.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right now I'm in the middle of a really awkward commit, but maybe if I cannot commit this right now because it's not good code. So I wonder if I can like stash it. There might be a way. Yeah, stash 30 files, and this is called whip poise recalculation. If I do that, okay, now I think so. Is what you've been working on the music branch? Like if I pull from there?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Let me do that. One sec. Nice. Oh, okay, cool. All right. So hopefully I can just click over here and that's all good. I should be able to close that. Yes. And then that's not very good. Can you see that?
Oh no, yeah. That doesn't look good at all.
The game's bigger. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, maybe we'll start like here and have a run through. And then I should probably put the music on.
I don't think the scenes connect at the moment
Okay.
because I haven't been able to run between them when I've tested things.
Yeah, one sec. It's because I can explain why. It's because they get, when the build is created, they get taken out of the build index, and then the door system only works for levels that are in the build. I probably should. It probably
Oh,
doesn't have to be that way, but it's that way for now. So is Cheverton Town the event?
yeah.
Cool. For now, just for this moment, I'm just going to add them to build. Add. All is probably not a good keyword for that, but save that and then come over here and I'll just connect a few of them. This looks like it's already got it. So maybe I'll just hit play. One more time. Okay. I guess they don't connect. I'll just do it from inside.
You can.
Sorry.
That's right.
I'm going to try one more time. Oh yeah, I can hear it. We could probably make them more different.
Yeah, I feel like there's more I can do with the orchestrated, like fuller version. More layers or something.
Oh, that's about where I... Yeah, it's interesting. I think you're right.
And the thing is,
right.
like some parts are more different. Like there's a bigger shift, and other parts it's like, oh, it's basically the same. So
yeah.
I just got to comb through a bit. Yeah.
I think you're right. I think you got the right idea here. Cool. Yeah, I think listening to it now, I think I agree with you pretty much. So right now there's a little bit of cross pollination between the two, but keeping them separate should be fine. You've got, I don't even need to draw anything. I know that you know what you're doing. So cool. All right. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I mean, it's in a good spot for now. Have you made any progress on that ambient track?
No, not yet.
Cool. It's all good. Well, I would say it'd be cool to get this. I think right now it probably just works as is. If there's any other like major structural changes that you're planning on adding to this, like an intro or an well, I guess they don't have outros, but anything that would change how it would feel generally speaking, then happy for you to do that throughout the rest of the week. And then I'd love to just get like something here.
Yeah.
And then we can return back to it or whatever. But just it'd be good to just get a start on that one.
Yeah.
Cool. All right.
Cool.
Well, I'm happy with all that. Thanks, Morgan.
Thank you.
Cool. Have a restful rest of your week.
Thanks, you too.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
I forgot to hit save through that. Whoops. That's all right. She knows what she's doing. She doesn't need me to give her a list of things that she said she would do because she's just continuing. Perfect. Alrighty. So, let's get rid of this. And let's go back to where we just were. So what is the trick to that? I guess I go back to development. I discard changes. And then I apply, wait a second. I do that first. I let this do its thing. We go to, we were here. And then I want to apply this. Do not delete. And then I got all my changes. Sweet. Okay. So, man, I wish this didn't take me so long. Let's go back to collision info. This is why naming is so important, because if you don't have good names for things, you just don't know what we're doing. How do you know how to use something if you don't know what it's supposed to do? And how do you know what it's supposed to do if you don't know how it's named? Or if you can't interpret how it's named? So, normalized poise after hit. Remaining poise normalized. So, poise damage. Remaining poise. Poise after hit. I got you. Okay, well that didn't do anything. Scripts have compile errors. Do they though? Do the scripts have compile errors? Or are you just making my life difficult? Okay. So remaining poise is 10 on Armin. That means that he has, if his remaining poise is 10 and his normalized poise after hit is 25, then his poise should be 40. His base poise. Is that correct? It is correct. Good. Okay. So we're actually in the right ballpark. Remaining poise is 35, and the normalized poise after hit is 1.16667, which means that they were buffed when you hit them, and they're still buffed beyond their based poise. So the Marten in this case has a poise of 30, and overhead slash on the Marten is another 30. Wow, so he has 60 poise on that hit. Okay, then everything is working as intended. Which means I can do that. But that should give me something too. So remaining poise is negative 125. See, that can't make sense. How can that possibly make sense? I think because of this line of code here, if remaining poise is I mean, this should Collide poise is less than no. It's that. It's that. That's all we needed to change. Excuse me. Hello. Nope. Okay. Then I'm confused. How can this number be anything other than 0? I mean, I don't think the charge has much on it. The hedgehog has a poise of 30. Hedgehog charge doesn't have that much extra. The active dash makes it have 20 damage, but whoa, 40 poise. Okay, that's tons. That's 70 poise. So then the idea here must be that the poise damage needs to be doubled, I would say, after the reflex mod. But the thing is, reflex mod is calculated. It shouldn't do this. This should not be a public float like that. With that, this should be. It should be just like that, and then we should do the poise checks. There, and then this. Should then do that. Okay, so the idea here is something like collider poise. And then I guess this is like, hang on a second. Oh, I see. This is the defensive mod of a reflex. But then there should be an outplay. I don't like this. I don't like this. So the damage is 0 if it's reflexed, and it's 1 if it's not. That's a different thing altogether. And then this is totally separate. We don't even need this anymore. Whoops. Not a 14-hour stream. Sorry. It's been a 4-hour stream. 3-hour stream. Okay, so the poise damage, take all of this, and then you say, or you just say, if outcome equals outplay, then the collider poise times equals 2. Okay. Does that work? Excuse me. If I do this, I get hit. But if I do, okay, one more time. Please. If I do this, no, that should stop him. In fact, we didn't even get the reflex just then. What the hell? Let's have a little look. Hello? What? That's not right. That's not right. Probably because oh my gosh, this is tough, man. This? No, none of this has to do with the with anything. That should totally call reflex. happening here? How is the stuff that I've changed made such a drastic outcome? Hey, Bit by Bit James. Guarded. All right, let's have a look at backstep slash. This is a guard box, it goes back. So where is reflex in all of this? Dude, I'm so confused. How did I screw all this up so bad? Didn't do it. It didn't select the reflex. That's crazy. How did that happen? What's the difference between guard reflexed and guarded? Okay. Bro, I got no idea. Is guard true? Is directional false? But then why don't they oppose? What the hell? That's a forward attack, dude. So then they should oppose. How is this broken? Oppose. False, 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 false. What the hell? True, false, true. Not directional. What does directional mean in this case? Guard direction is not none. Hitbox direction. None. This failed. Oh! Because I moved something I moved these. Oh, Jesus. These need to be like the first things that you do. Oh, I knew it was something. Okay, try again. Perfect. Okay, now we can try this. All right, you come at me. Wow, did not kill. At least we got the reflex, so that's working again. $25 out of 30. Wow, really? Can I not check like how much poise damage it did? Yeah. I didn't even type anything. It knew exactly what I was trying to do. That's so weird. Come on then. 25. Ow. It does rain in the game. It does, yeah. Yeah, that's 90. 90 poise on the collider. That's weirdly 48 and 20. So did we not get the reflex bonus? In that case. I guess not. So then is it the case that Hedgehog Dash active does not have, it does have a forward direction. Okay. If is not guard and is directional and hitboxes oppose. This is killing me today. This isn't even what I'm supposed to be doing. Tell me, Oracle. False, true, false. It is not a guard, it is directional, but they don't oppose. It is a guard and it's directional and it's true. Is guard, is directional, is true. Is that because on back step slash technically needs to have a back. It does have a back direction. Okay. Well. I'm not sure about this. Is God true? Is directional true? No. 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 How does it... It's checking if the collider is a guard box. In this case, hit, check, false, true, false. I think I need the more specific details. Come on, buddy. Dude, I got nothing out of that. Okay. Hit guard, hit hurt. False, true, false. But I need the names of the transform.roots. It's not enough. Okay. So the first name needs to be Armin in these checks. So not that one, this one. False, true, false. So the opposed check is not coming through correctly. So what's the opposed check in this context? Honestly, it should be this. It should be the same opposed check as this. Or is back-end neutral, but it's not back-end neutral because I know that the charge has the right. It needs to also be back-end neutral. No. The hedgehog dash, dude. The hedgehog dash active does not have a direction on it, so it's not. This direction kind of needs to apply to like the whole everything. Because Armin's not hitting this, he's hitting this, and this doesn't have anything on it. So it is back and neutral, but we're not checking for that in this context. Ooh, baby. That's really annoying, actually. It would be actually better to check to see if we're being hit out of reflex. Okay, I think I know what's happening here. It might just be best to encode this as forward. Wait, what's the check for outplay? Directions, hitbox is opposed. If the hit direction is the opposite of hurt direction, then you win. As long as it's not a guard box. So I would need to apply forward to this as well. I wish I could do it to the whole frame. I don't think we're going to use It's not valuable to do it the other way. All right, let's just do it. It does have a direction on it. The direction is forward. Okay, so it's not that it didn't work, it's just that I didn't set it up correctly. There we go. But I wanted the big backflip at the end, and right now we're not getting that. So how do I get the backflip I want? Really? There's no change? Really? So what was making him do the backflip before? That can't be right. I just don't have the green screen up. How you doing? Dude, this is crazy. Which way should he be facing? That's obviously not right. That can't be right. Okay, let's check. False. True. Okay. That's correct. That's correct. I can't tell. It looks like he's facing the wrong way. Like, the logic is correct. It's flipping. But it's not going in the right direction. Wait, that doesn't work. New vector 2 dot x dot y. Still wrong. I guess this should just have a knockback of 1, and then I just don't worry about it. I mean, I think that's just what it is, and this is now 0. And then I just don't do any of this stuff. I just say, go back where you came from. I'm not a fan of how just how much poise it has. I think the 2x modifier is insane. Oh, boys and girls. I went to say, oh boy. And then my brain was like, pals. And then it said, oh, boys instead. Combat updates. Okay. All right, boys. Let's get it. Okay. Well, that's basically right. So then this becomes Adam the boys. Yeah. So it looks like the hedgehog. I mean, I feel like the hedgehog should always do a backflip. Public, override, void, take damage. And then it's going to say base dot take damage, and then if no, I did figure it out. I want it to basically do a backflip, which means this would have to have a slight incline on it, but I'm not sure if that's a good thing. No. The snake's immovable, so it doesn't matter. Okay, that's pretty good there. And then if you do, that's what I want. Okay, sweet. And then this can be 1 and 1. Much better. Cool. We're good. Hey, Morin Kashi. I'm doing well on YouTube. How are you doing? The number is the damage that we're doing over time. It's not the health that they have. It's the damage we're inflicting. Okay, so on guard now works a bit better. Remaining poise normalized. So debug.log. Pressure. I don't want to do that yet. Okay, and then we can delete this, and then we're good to go. Oh my goodness. Okay. So, next, back to On Guard. So, On Guard needs to live on the Langston Highwayman. And then this has this, so then this should say debug.log. Just like that. Okay, and then we go all the way over to the new maps, this map here, and we see how this goes. Okay, this hasn't been set up yet. Good to know. You have a stun. You also have a engage has an on guard. Okay, but engage does not have an on guard. Langson. Highwayman engage needs an on guard. There it is. It goes there. Okay. So low pressure and should stun. Okay. So should stun says remaining poise normalized. Let's look at what this number is. What is that value? 0.72. Because the Langston has how much poise? 90. Well, that's tons of poise. Bro, that's so much poise. Collide epoise 90, collide erpoise 25. Remaining poise 65. Suppose so. All right. So then that's working correct. So let's close all others so we can just keep our life simple. Only one tab open now. So now we're just checking, should we enter this state? And the answer is anything, as long as our remaining poise is above like 50, I reckon we should do it. So when we go Highwayman, when we take damage, if we should do that, otherwise do that. Ah, that's quite good. That's quite good. Okay. Okay. Cool. So now we want to do something about composure. When we go to On Guard, we want to check, we want the I actually don't know how composure works for this. Composure, pressure value is what? Value goes up when we take poise damage. Oh, sweet. So the damage that we take is the total amount minus the amount remaining after the hit. So if I have 100 and what's remaining is 10, then I took 90. Okay. All right. Okay, so this is the pressure there. So let's log that. Okay, so it's 0.42 is the amount of pressure that we got up to. Hey Saravati, welcome. And my concern here has mostly to do with how we add pressure. So what constitutes pressure? How do we get total? Total is what? Total is 5 times your poise. Now, that's a lot. That's a lot of poise. And I think I just have that as like a generic thing. I mean, if I make it 3 times your poise, then we'll break this quite easily. 5 is a lot. And so it updates whenever you take poise damage, which is what I would expect to happen. So, okay. What I think needs to happen is you take more poise damage when you guard. And this on hurt confirm takes the poise damage, but that's on hurt confirm. So if we hit him and he was guarding, that could be interesting. So the guard box protects, but also it attack. No, the guard box is going to apply, no matter what, it's going to be like a tax. So when we go collision info, when we calculate the this should be definitely called like calculate outcome or something, right? Set outcome. Why would that not be in its own function? And then this is like calculate. And then this is calculate posies. Okay. Makes it better. So the question here is, how do we now determine taking extra poise damage? If collide dot I guess that's what we have to do. So if it's guard, then tax take more poise damage. So collider poise times 1.5. Dude, that's huge. This feels very dangerous. Hello. feel like I just need this thing to only do one thing. So let's go to like... Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. And then say... That didn't seem to work. Hello. So, it's doing a lot of moving. Why? What is happening here? How is this not processing? On enter, it's setting idle combat. On do, it's setting idle combat. What other logic is there that I need to process here? Bro, what is this? How did he code this? He's in full engage mode. Is it not compiling? No. How did he do this? I'm very confused. I have a better idea. Unless this has a bunch of attacks inside of it. Doesn't look like it. Oh, it does. Oh no. Okay. also. All right. Okay, so you will do that. That's what you'll do. Cool. Nice. We've got some stuff happening. One, two, three. So in this instant, let's see what was happening with the on guard. So what's this stun? Should enter. Pressure. What? What? That's better. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, because we hit the pressure over 50%. So now let's check the guard damage. So we could go higher. We could go 2x. Ooh, that's not good. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That was stupid. Delete that file. Okay. Okay. $50. That's huge. So we had what, 90 times 5? Is that why that's so small? Because the guard box? Poise is 90. It's taking 50 damage. 90 times 5 means that 10 hits should kill it, I guess. Because it's... I mean, that's only how much? Yeah, I guess so. I guess if you're moving 450 is 9 times 5, so it should take 9 hits to get through. So if we go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That basically did it. Although we didn't quite get there because we had a couple of hits that were less. Okay, so then we probably want to go back to this and make it times 4. So now it's like cool. And then why are we getting stunned? Because this needs to be less than, I guess, 20 now, 25. So now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, nice. And actually, I guess it should take less damage because of the guard box. There should be like a vulnerability check that is more like 0.8, 0.7 maybe, 0.75. So you take less damage. Yeah. But maybe even less than that. That's like nothing, but you do a lot of poise. Yeah, now you can break him and then you do the extra. Ah, that's pretty cool. Hey, alternate human being. How much help from AI do I take from my current coding? There's a lot. It's basically the one doing like when I'm typing, I know what I want to see on the screen. And as I'm typing the letters, it's jumping ahead and suggesting things. And I'm either saying yes or no, and then just continuing on my way. That's pretty much how I type. So, you know, as I'm typing, I usually just go debug.log, and then its first thing will be probably what I want to do. If I'm logging like this, it's like usually, okay, you obviously want to log these two, so like just put them in there. And that's like, I always do that. So like, just saves me from having to type out debug.log, blah, 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 blah. As I was typing this, it was getting in the way a little bit, and I didn't like that because I was like designing what this is supposed to do, and it's guessing a lot. So I'm like, the same keystrokes get made as if I was by myself without the AI, but it can type faster than me. So whenever it's going to type what I was going to type, I just let it go. Okay, so now On Guard has these states, and I guess what we'll need to do is have a... No, I'm never prompted. I'm never ever prompting. I'm always typing. I'm always implementing the code directly. I never say, please add blah, blah, blah. Never, ever, ever. That's madness for a code base this big. No, it's just autocomplete, not prompting. So what I want to do is have I'm thinking like a list of states called flinch states, or like rattle states. Do I like metal music? Used to a little more. I don't really listen to it at all at the moment. Not really. When I was like a teenager, I did. So you have your rattle states, and then you have maybe like a list of... I would want these to be... I guess like progressive poise values. So like... Yeah. And make this like... serializable. Then I would say public list of rattle states. Yeah. But I think, is there like a... I wish there was a... I do this with my randomized system. But I don't want to do that. I want to do... these are like... It's a weird way of doing things, but I know I want to build this... It's like I've got a bunch of states, and the states mark breakpoints here. And what I want to be able to say is like, hey, this one, let's just say, goes from 0 to 60. So this is 0, this is 60, this is 75, this is 90, and this is 95, as like percentiles of the whole. This is 100, obviously. So my thing is, I want to be able to say, hey, data structure, place this behavior state in 0 to 60. And I want it done in such a way that there's no collisions. So I can't put something else in 0 to 45 after I put this in here. What do you call that? Like a range list? I never really heard of it before. I guess you would always say what you could do instead is have a list, and then each one just has a range in and of itself. But then finding out where this box is in this, you know, if this was the 5th array index, there could be a 10 behind it and a bunch of 2s. And then this would be like, you know, a much further back than if this was like 10 and like 50s. Then this is like 160 to 210, 220. So for me to be able to pass something in and say, hey, I want this to happen between this and this, with safety and no collisions, I guess it's very interesting. I guess it's just a bunch of thresholds, right? I guess that would be the way I would do it. So I'd say, like, I literally say 60, 75, 90, 95. And then it's as long as the value is above that and there's not something that overrides it, then it plays that or something like that. So like we'll get from 1 to this, we'll get this value. From this to this, we'll get that value. There is a data structure I've written that does this thing, I'm sure. But so pressure threshold. And then you would just want them to be sorted, which you could do anytime, but I'll just make sure I'm sorting them correctly. It's like an ordered list, right? Dude, I freaking hate what's happening over here. Why when I tab does it do that? Oh, sorted list. But that might not be serializable. So I think we just got to make it a list, and then we'll just handle it ourselves. So then all right, so the first one we get is whatever's at 0. And then for each of them, if it's greater than that, select that one. So these should be stored in ascending order. Hey, Artificer. So for each of them, as we go up, if the pressure is greater than the threshold that we currently have, then choose that. And we always choose the last one. So we're going up, 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 up. Okay. Let's try it. Can I name it? Nope. Can I do this? I do that. What? Cool. Not quite what we were hoping for. I guess we put the thresholds in the wrong spots. So maybe this should be, alpha should be like, yeah. So gamma should be like 0.75. This should be 0.8 and this should be 0.95. Gamma, gamma, gamma. Alpha, beta, gamma. Gamma, beta, alpha. Pressure threshold is get state by pressure. In fact, this okay, is the first one. For each of them, if the pressure is greater than their threshold, then select them. So let's figure out what the pressure is as well. Hey, nice to know. Pressure is 1.3. Oh, right. It's the other way around. I've got them backwards. This should be 0.25. I keep thinking it's big getting smaller, but it's small getting bigger. So instead, it actually is alpha, beta, gamma in that order, and it's like something like 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that. So it's like alpha, beta, gamma, stun. Perfect. Okay, so we know it works. We just have to assign the states. We can hard code these. They don't really need to be in any particular order or whatever like that. We just need to assign the ones that we want in the slots where we want them. Slow. Actually, no, we want them to be public if we want it to be modular, because this is an on guard. It's not a specific character's on guard. Okay. Hey, thanks for the bits. Oh, I really appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, so have we done everything? We've got some kind of oversight into the composure. Good. Into the pressure. We are selecting based on pressure damage. And we are not selecting follow-up states, but I don't think we need to do that. Okay. And then this. I mean, I guess we could put it as properties. So we could say like this 0.25 and 0.5, we could say like so this is like stun threshold. And then this should be like this should be the highest pressure that there is. So like float get max pressure threshold. I suppose you could do it that way. But the order was not dependent before. So let's just say like for each. If pressure threshold, no. Amount. Threshold is 0. There we go. So we should enter if the pressure is within pressure range. It's less than get max pressure threshold. Get max rattle pressure. Okay. Let's compile that. Zero. Oh, because I took these away. That would be a reason why it should be 0. So, Bing 0.3. That's good. That's perfect. Nice. Good coding, me. Good job. So I think I should just do some comments here. Chooses as long as we have a rattle state with enough tolerance for pressure, choose this. And where we weren't hit so gosh darn hard we got stunned. Okay. And the other reason we would check this is if we're not like already in knockdown or anything like that, which there's extra stuff there. What is this? And we're not in the air or knocked down. Is standing equals true if life.stun if stun core.stun character.stun is character stun C stun. Then if C stun dot state, if it's not the case that C stun is doing tumble let's try that. And I don't think we have a juggle as a separate state. I think it's just that. Okay. We're not doing knockdown. We're not doing tumble. We're not doing death state. Tumble, knockdown, death state. Good. This is very good. Well, actually, should stun. Wait a second. Should stun is the raining poise normalized is less than max stun tolerance. Not in stun. Not stunning. Not poise broken. Okay, good. This is a lot of work to get this right. It's going to be really cool when it's done, I hope. Except that's not right. Because less than? Oh, no. We didn't declare any, it's greater than and equals, well, we're just greater than, and it's this thing, we still don't have real states in there. Nice. So, it's got some control now over its own destiny, and we're going to start filtering in the states that we expect it to do as we go here. Okay. All right. Well, that's it. I'll commit that. Adds first implementation of on guard rattle manager state. Merge this in. Choose development. Go. Okay. Well, I think we might need a build tonight. I think it's time for a build, chat. You want to do a build? There should be some problems, I expect. Let's see if this does what I want to do. Sweet. And maybe we can solve some quick problems. Hang on a second. Wait. Why didn't that do anything? Hello? 1, 2, 3. His poise isn't going up. His poise damage went down. Probably because his pressure should only do this mathf dot min 0 max. Thanks, APOC. Actually, I think, yeah, I guess if you've got like tons of poise, like you should just be able to take it. I feel like it should still do something. Maybe like 10% or something like that. Okay, so it's annoying to me that I can't calculate this. Collider props. This has a poise, right? It does. Okay. Info.collision collider props.poise times 0.1f, and then mathf dot max. Even 0.25. Nah, dude. That ain't right. Is it because he doesn't get hurt at all? That's not true though, he does get hurt. What the hell? Zero. My man really said 0. Oh, hang on. It's poise plus damage. So you will always get at least 25% of the damage that you would have done if they didn't have a ton of poise on there. So the bar will always go up. Yeah, even if it's just a little bit. Although that should be tons. Oh, because they don't have a forward hurt box on that. Oh, it's right there. Ah, okay. Well, I could plug that in there and get something happening. Hey, Elzak. How's it going? Because right now you don't get the reflex bonus because the Martin / doesn't have anything on it. Yippee! Drink cola. Wait, that does have a forward on it. Forward, forward, forward. So what the hell? Oh, because it's got like 40 poise on the thing. Well, I don't know if it needs 40. I mean, a normal attack. Cool. Okay, that's all right. Cool. Oh, is that right? Thank you, Sanctum. Well, that was okay. So it looks like 25 is also enough. Negative 15 is... That's silly. That should be 0. Nice. That was sick. Okay. Martin / So this now can only be, doesn't need to be more than 25. 25, 0. And there's a second. There's a second sheet here. No? Or does he go from the overhead into the forward? Yeah. Okay. Hey, Jonath. Not solo at the moment. I have a team with me, but I'm doing a lot of it. Okay. Poise calculation for pressure bar and Martin behavior. One more thing. Probably don't want that to knock him out. Or that. Yeah. So upper. This has too much poise. Jesus. Backstep slash has 20. Probably should be more like 15. And then upper should probably have like 15 as well. It's already a good attack. So, can you come at me? I still don't like how much poise damage it seems to do. I mean, that's fine. I think it's not right. I guess it's like, well, it's 20 plus like 15, it's 35 damage. Yeah. So it's 10, which for the Martin is we have what's this called? No, just stun. And it's 0.75 is the value. Let's make it 6/6. So you'll launch him in that instance, but you won't launch him in that instance. Ow. 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 That's pretty good. That's pretty cool. Nice. And they're pretty formidable now. Like, they're not terrible. And then this guy, if I try to... Yeah. If I do that, I get it. Great. I'm sure that's going to screw up a lot of stuff later. Let's maybe try this really quickly, and then we'll do a build. Can't skip this. Oh, dude. Okay. How much poise you got? None. How much poise you got here? 30, 30, 20, 20. Okay, that's too much. Especially because we should be getting the parry bonus from his attacks, which I'm actually kind of annoyed that I have to do this with the current setup. I'm sure there's a way around it. And then this is 50 poise. Jesus Christ. That's incredible. That's too much. You get none after that. Okay. Wow, we can't do nothing to this guy. What the heck? How much does he have as a base? What did I do to this thing? What's his poise? 90. Let's make it 50. That is so much. But we were able to do cool things before. Why can't we do anything wrong here? Dude. Taking poise damage 210. How is 210 not enough to put him in stun? There's something wrong here. What? What are we looking at here? I knew it. He's not actually playing it. So, like... So what's this? Why is this not happening? Oh, his stun module's not set up. That'll do. That'll do it. Certainly. Oh, I feel bad now. I feel like I nerfed him a lot just then. He should still be nerfed anyway. Try that again. If I just spam at you, I get hit. Good. I parry you. Nice. Sweet. I'll take that. That's good enough. Good, good, good. Okay. Harriet. Quick test. Fine. She doesn't have much points anyway. Get ya. Okay. Looks good to me. What's that console saying? Nothing good, but I'm going to ignore it for now. All right. Well, I think we can actually push this for testing. There was one or two other things I wanted to do, such as the video settings, full screen. Can someone help me out here? So when I toggle this, one sec, pals. Dude, that was killing me. It was so cold. Okay. So, get windowed. Set resolution, and then this value. When we do this, what are our options? Full screen mode. So if it's set to 1, go windowed. If it's set to 2, go exclusive full screen. Okay, so 1 for windowed, 2 for full screen. So full screen mode, when we set the integer, is it windowed? Set it 1 or 2. That doesn't seem to make sense at all. Oh, okay, I see. That's the default setting. So this is the slider. And what is the int actually return? How do I know what this is going to do? When we load sliders, do I have to go check? Full screen. Slider has 0 and 1, but it should be 1 and 2. That's why. Annoying. So now when I say settings, video, full screen, turn on, CRT filter set to what? Okay, I don't know if I can test that without a build. That was sick as hell. Cool. So I just needed to update that, which I've done. Fixes video, full screen setting, slider. Okay, were there any other major things in our forum that I can save right now? I know what this is. I don't know if I can solve it right now. It's that I have a system that makes it so that the game saves after, and this will save after as long as the current sequence, assuming we're coming in from a sequence. Yeah, okay. Load scene state. Have we got a different one of these? There's only one time we call it. So when we go game system, save manager.save, save engine. Nope. 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 Pretty sure we save when we enter a new scene sometimes. No. What it is, I think, is that when we enter this scene, we're coming in from a cutscene. So when I come through here, this teleports me away. And then let's go find out where this is. This is Crucible teleport return sequence. No. It's none of these. Discover anvil. What happens here? Okay, so it is this cutscene, and then right at the bottom, prevent save on scene load. That needs to be set to true. Okay, so each of these needs to do that. You cannot save as you exit this. So there'll be a few of these that do just that. But this might soft lock the game also. Because I can't let you save once you're in there either. Hopefully it doesn't. So it has to be something like this. You come through here. You don't have the old man. After post-Athenium. So come through here, you say bye-bye. You come through here. Doesn't matter. You come through here. Yep. So hopefully it didn't save just then, but there's so much stuff that could have ruined that. Nice. That's exactly what we wanted. Perfect. And we want to also make sure we can save anytime we were in there. So this is good, this still plays. But then when we load in, it still has to say, hey, welcome, and blah, blah, blah. The rest of it. Sweet. Hell yeah. Perfect. Okay. Fixes. Crucible scenes to no longer save, so preventing soft lock on death. And then I just want to do the same thing with this one, just in case. Whoa, what was that? Excuse me? Great. Whoops. Good thing I checked that, huh? I'm not understanding what's happening here. Update requirements. Designed to show. Looks like I have nothing. Why can't I open it up then? Do I have a design in my save file that doesn't exist anymore in the game? That's probably it there. Okay, that's not a big deal. If I just do that. Hey. Give me more. I love it. Wait a second. Let me make your job easier. Yay. Boo. Well. Oh, crap. What am I doing here? Oh. That's not good either. I developed it myself. Okay. I think that's okay. I think that's okay. This is not very good design if I'm just spamming stuff like this. But actually, what did I change? I didn't change anything code-wise. I removed some comments. So if it worked before on everyone else's machine, it'll work now. Okay. I don't know about this. I don't think I understand how to replicate that. Okay, I'm just going to push this build anyway, no matter what. So let's just say build settings. I guess we want to do this and then do this and say remove all from build, and then do this and then say add all to build, save it. So chapter 1 is now in the build. And there's no scenes outside of chapter 1 that we need in the build. These are all in. Yes. Save it. Close this. And then we could just run it. One more thing. Project settings. Player. 6. Save it. Let's go. Before we do that, just make sure how many scenes are in here. Not that many, just 150. But it's the 150 that we need. So building for Windows on new folder, insignia, demo 0.8.6 -alpha. Okie dokie. A lot of updates here. Let's gosh, the commit list since last time is insane. Because the last one was, I should actually, the commits should have the build numbers in them. The last build was insignia demo 0.5, which was the 9th. Oh my god. Copy commit info. Let's hope that works. Better. Okay. Yeah. Can I tag? How do I tag? New tag. 0.8.6 alpha. I'll just do that. Create. Sweet. Okay. So now we want to say, we're going to go through all of these and pick which ones actually have anything to do with what we're doing. So, not you, not you, no, yes. Status effects on game start. Updates health orb initialization. Fixes CRT filter. Updates doggo scene start hit. Don't care. That is actually a thing. Updates quest giver. Label length. Yes. Keeps bullies and others. Yeah. Not important. Merge remote tracking branch. Nope. Fixes suspended item pickup. Merge branch. Nope. Nope. What's his update? Nope. Not relevant. Nope. 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 Yes. Nope. Nope. Not important. Makes first changes. Makes first changes on team-based collisions. Nope. 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 Well, I'll keep that in there so people can have fun with it. Update Thorns and Harriet fight to use new collision teams. Don't worry about it. Yep. Target awareness to avoid conflicts. Yep. Balances Hunden to be more effective against. Yep. Re-imports tiles that are privy. Tiles that previously had thorns on an now incompatible layout. That doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. No. Yes, but we'll see. Combat enhancements in development. Merge. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's important. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Drafting added. Doesn't matter. Yep. Precautionary save. Yep. We don't have a publisher, but there might be something happening around the corner. Okay. How do we go on that build? Still going. I'll prep a blog post. Hey, Davy Jones, thanks for the sub. Pals, if you're interested, this demo will be live. Right there. In just a moment. I probably could have asked it to add the dashes back in or something. We're all good. We're all pretty much there. Oh boy. All right. I think we're almost there. It's at 111. It's still got like 50 to go. It's so many. Well, chat, I think we're going to call the stream here. This will be live in about 5 minutes on itch.io. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you here with me today. I will be live tomorrow, where we will be working on, I don't know what we'll be working on. Maybe content for chapter 2. It's pretty critical that I do at least a couple of days of that a week, and not just work on enemy behavior stuff. The enemies are important for chapter 2, but there's other content as well. We'll see. My brain kind of like, there are all these like waterfall reasons why you have to do this, to do that, do that, do that. And then I sort of forget that I wasn't doing this because of this thing. So, you know, I'll do a bit of project management tomorrow and make sure that I'm on top of everything. But we'll be streaming. Yeah, the combat stuff, like I really want you guys to test it out and let me know what you think about it. There's a big sort of update here with a new feature that I'll have to write a little post about it in the patch notes. Yeah, there's some important stuff happening there. So let's find someone to raid and get out of here. Anyone doing cool things with very few viewers? This mod, Magma Guy, who's modding Minecraft mod. That's raid. Magma Guy. All right, pals. Thank you so much. I'll catch you all very soon. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.